forth, and articles of indictment against them read. They were arraigned upon a statute of their own making, and the letter of the law being strong against them, and the fact plainly proved, they were about to pronounce sentence, when one of the judges moved that they should first smoke the other pipe, which was accordingly done. All the prisoners pleaded for arrest of judgment very movingly, but the court had such an abhorrence of their crime that they could not be prevailed upon to show mercy, till one of the judges, whose name was Valentine Ashplant, stood up, and taking his pipe out of his mouth, said he had something to offer to the court in behalf of one of the prisoners, and spoke to this effect: "By G. Glasby shall not die, d—n me if he shall." After this learned speech he sat down in his place and resumed his pipe. This motion was loudly opposed by all the rest of the judges in equivalent terms, but Ashplant, who was resolute in his opinion, made another pathetical speech in the following manner: "G.D.N. ye gentlemen, I am as good a man as the best of you, d—n my s—l if ever I turned my back to any man in my life, or ever will. By G. Glasby is an honest fellow, notwithstanding this misfortune, and I love him, d—l—d—n me if I don't. I hope he'll live and repent of what he has done, but d—n me if he must die, I will die along with him." And thereupon he pulled out a pair of pistols and presented them to some of the learned judges upon the bench, who, perceiving his argument so well supported, thought it reasonable that Glasby should be acquitted, and so they all came over to his opinion, and allowed it to be law. But all the mitigation that could be obtained for the other prisoners was that they should have the liberty of choosing any four of the whole company to be their executioners. The poor wretches were tied immediately to the mast, and there shot dead, pursuant to their villainous sentence. When they put to sea again, the prizes which had been detained only for fear of spreading any rumor concerning them, which had like to have been so fatal at Corvoku, were thus disposed of. They burnt their own sloop and manned Norton's brigantine, sending the master away in the Dutch interloper, not dissatisfied with the Royal Fortune and the brigantine, which they christened the Good Fortune. They pushed towards the latitude of Cedar, to look out for provisions, being very short again, and, just to their wish, Captain Hingston's ill fortune brought him in their way, richly laden for Jamaica. Him they carried to Bermudas and plundered, and stretching back again to the West Indies, they continually met with some consignment or other, chiefly French, which stored them with plenty of provisions and recruited their starving condition, so that, stocked with this sort of ammunition, they began to think of something worthier their aim, for these robberies that only supplied what was in constant expenditure by no means answered their intentions, and accordingly they proceeded again for the coast of Guinea, where they thought to buy gold dust very cheap. In their passage thither they took numbers of ships of all nations, some of which they burnt or sunk, as the carriage or characters of the masters displeased them. Notwithstanding the successful adventures of this crew, yet it was with great difficulty they could be kept together under any kind of regulation, for, being almost always mad or drunk, their behavior produced infinite disorders, every man being in his own imagination a captain, a prince, or a king. When Roberts saw there was no managing of such a company of wild, ungovernable brutes by gentle means, nor to keep them from drinking to excess, the cause of all their disturbances, he put on a rougher deportment and a more magisterial carriage towards them, correcting whom he thought fit, and if any seemed to resent his usage he told them they might go ashore and take satisfaction of him, it they thought fit, at sword and pistol, for he neither valued or feared any of them. About 400 leagues from the coast of Africa, the brigantine, who had hitherto lived with them in all amicable correspondence, thought fit to take the opportunity of a dark night and leave the Commodore, which leads me back to the relation of an accident that happened at one of the islands of the West Indies, where they watered before they undertook this voyage, which had like to have thrown their government, such as it was, off the hinges, and was partly the occasion of the separation. The story is as follows. Captain Roberts having been insulted by one of the drunken crew, whose name I have forgot, he, in the heat of his passion, killed the fellow on the spot, which was resented by a great many others, but particularly one Jones, a brisk, active young man, who died lately in the Marshalsea, and was his messmate. This Jones was at that time ashore watering the ship, but as soon as he came on board was told that Captain Roberts had killed his comrade, upon which he cursed Roberts, and said he ought to be served so himself. Roberts, hearing Jones's invective, ran to him with a sword, and ran him into the body, who, notwithstanding his wound, seized the captain, threw him over a gun, and beat him handsomely. This adventure put the whole company in an uproar, and some taking part with the captain and others against him, there had like to have ensued a general battle with one another, like my Lord Tement's cocks. However, the tumult was at length appeased by the mediation of the quartermaster, and as the majority of the company were of opinion that the dignity of the captain ought to be supported on board, that it was a post of honor, and therefore the person whom they thought fit to confer it on, should not be violated by any single member, wherefore they sentenced Jones to undergo 2 lashes from every one of the company for his misdemeanor, which was executed upon him as soon as he was well of his wound. This severe punishment did not at all convince Jones that he was in the wrong, but rather animated him to some sort of a revenge. But not being able to do it upon Roberts's person on board the ship, he and several of his comrades correspond with Anstis, captain of the brigantine, and conspire with him and some of the principal pirates on board that vessel to go off from the company. What made Anstis a malcontent was the inferiority he stood in with respect to Roberts, who carried himself with a haughty and magisterial air to him and his crew, he regarding the brigantine only as a tender, and, as such, left them no more than the refuse of their plunder. In short, Jones and his consort go on board of Captain Anstis on pretence of a visit, and there, consulting with their brethren, they find a majority for leaving of Roberts, and so came to a resolution to bid a soft farewell, as they call it, that night, and to throw overboard whosoever should stick out, but they proved to be unanimous, and effected their design as above mentioned. I shall have no more to say of Captain Anstis till the story of Roberts is concluded, therefore I returned to him in the pursuit of his voyage to Guinea. The loss of the brigantine was a sensible shock to the crew, she being an excellent sailor and had 70 hands aboard. However, Roberts, who was the occasion of it, put on a face of unconcern at this his ill conduct and mismanagement, and resolved not to alter his purposes upon that account. Roberts fell into windward nigh the Senegal, a river of great trade for gum on this part of the coast, monopolized by the French, who constantly keep cruisers to hinder the interloping trade. At this time they had 2 small ships on that service, one of 10 guns and 65 men, and the other of 16 guns and 75 men, who having got a sight of Mr. Roberts, and supposing him to be one of these prohibited traders, chased with all the sail they could make to come up with him, but their hopes which had brought them very nigh, too late deceived them, for on the hoisting of Jolly Roger, the name they give their black flag, their French hearts failed, and they both surrendered without any, or at least very little, resistance. With these prizes they went into Sierra Leone, and made one of them their consort by the name of the Ranger, and the other a storeship, to clean by. Sierra Leone River disgorges with a large mouth, the starboard side of which drafts into little bays, safe and convenient for cleaning and watering. What still made it preferable to the pirates is that the traders settled here are naturally their friends. There are about 30 Englishmen in all, men who in some part of their lives have been either privateering, buccaneering, or pirating, and still retain and love the riots and humours common to that sort of life. They live very friendly with the natives, and have many of them of both sexes to be their grow-meters, or servants. The men are faithful and the women so obedient that they are very ready to prostitute themselves to whomsoever their masters shall command them. The Royal African Company has a fort on a small island called Bent's Island, but it is of little use, besides keeping their slaves, the distance making it incapable of giving any molestation to their starboard shore. Here lives at this place an old fellow who goes by the name of Crackers, who was formerly a noted buccaneer, and while he followed the calling robbed and plundered many a man. He keeps the best house in the place, has 2 or 3 guns before his door, with which he salutes his friends, the pirates, when they put in, and lives a jovial life with them all the while they are there. Here follows a list of the rest of those lawless merchants and their servants who carry on a private trade with the interlopers, to the great prejudice of the Royal African Company, who, with extraordinary industry and expense, have made and maintain settlements without any consideration from those who, without such settlements and forts, would soon be under an incapacity of pursuing any such private trade. Wherefore it is to be hoped proper means will be taken to root out a pernicious set of people who have all their lives supported themselves by the labours of other men. 2 of these fellows entered with Roberts's crew, and continued with them till the destruction of the company. A list of the white men now living on the high land of Sierra Leone, and the craft they occupy: John Ledstone, 3 boats and a periego, his man, Tom, his man, John Brown. Alexander Middleton, 1 longboat, his man, Charles Hawkins. John Pierce, William Meade, partners, one longboat, their man, John Vernon. David Chatmers, one longboat. John Chatmers, one longboat. Richard Richardson, one longboat. Norton, Richard Warren, Robert Glynn, partners, 2 longboats and 2 small boats, his man, John Franks. William Waits, and 1 young man. John Borneman. John England, 1 longboat. Robert Samples, 1 longboat. William Pressgrove, Harry Pressgrove, Davis Pressgrove, Mitchell Pressgrove, Richard Lamb, 1 sloop, 2 longboats, a small boat, and perigo. With Roquis Rodrigues, a Portuguese. George Bishop. Peter Brown. John Jones, 1 longboat, his Irish young man. At Rio Pungo, Benjamin Gunn. At Kiham, George Yates. At Gallinas, Richard Lemons. The harbour is so convenient for wooding and watering that it occasions many of our trading ships, especially those of Bristol, to call in there with large cargoes of beer, cider, and strong liquors, which they exchange with these private traders for slaves and teeth, purchased by them at the Rio Nunes and other places to the northward, so that here was what they call good living. Hither Roberts came the end of June, 1721, and had intelligence that the Swallow and Weymouth, 2 men of war, of 50 guns each, had left that river about a month before and designed to return about Christmas, so that the pirates could indulge themselves with all the satisfaction in the world, in that they knew they were not only secure whilst there, but that in going down the coast after the men of war they should always be able to get such intelligence of their rendezvous as would serve to make their expedition safe. So after 6 weeks' stay, the ships being cleaned and fitted, and the men weary of whoring and drinking, they bethought themselves of business, and went to sea the beginning of August, taking their progress down the whole coast as low as Jacquin, plundering every ship they met of what was valuable in her, and sometimes, to be more mischievously wicked, would throw what they did not want overboard, accumulating cruelty to theft. In this range they exchanged their old French ship for a fine frigate-built ship called the Onslow, belonging to the Royal African Company, Captain G, commander, which happened to lie at Sisters, to get water and necessaries for the company. A great many of Captain G's men were ashore when Roberts's bore down, and so the ship consequently surprised into his hands, though had they been all on board it was not likely the case would have been otherwise, the sailors, most of them, voluntarily joining the pirates, and encouraging the same disposition in the soldiers, who were going passengers with them to Cape Corso Castle, whose ears being constantly tickled with the feats and gallantry of those fellows, made them fancy that to go was only being bound on a voyage of knight-errantry, to relieve the distressed and gather up fame, and so they likewise offered themselves. But here the pirates were at a stand. They entertained so contemptible a notion of landmen that they put them off with refusals for some time, till at length, being wearied with solicitations and pitying a parcel of stout fellows, which they said were going to starve upon a little canky and plantain, they accepted of them, and allowed them a quarter share, as it was then termed, out of charity. There was a clergyman on board the Onslow, sent from England to be chaplain of Cape Corso Castle. Some of the pirates were for keeping him, alleging merrily that their ship wanted a chaplain. Accordingly they offered him a share to take on with them, promising he should do nothing for his money but make punch and say prayers. Yet, however brutish they might be in other things, they bore so great a respect to his order that they resolved not to force him against his inclinations, and the parson, having no relish for this sort of life, excused himself from accepting the honor they designed him. They were satisfied, and generous enough to deliver him back everything he owned to be his. The parson laid hold of this favorable disposition of the pirates, and laid claim to several things belonging to others, which were also given up, to his great satisfaction. In fine, they kept nothing which belonged to the church except 3 prayer books and a bottle screw. The pirates kept the Onslow for their own use, and gave Captain G the French ship, and then fell to making such alterations as might fit her for a sea rover, pulling down her bulkheads and making her flush, so that she became, in all respects, as complete a ship for their purpose as any they could have found. They continued to her the name of the Royal Fortune and mounted her with 40 guns. She and the Ranger proceeded, as I said before, to Jacquin, and from thence to Old Calabar, where they arrived about October, in order to clean their ships, a place the most suitable along the whole coast, for there is a bar with not above 15-foot water upon it, and the channel intricate, so that had the men of war been sure of their being harbored here, they might still have bid defiance to their strength, for the depth of water at the bar, as well as the want of a pilot, was a sufficient security to the rovers and invincible impediments to them. Here, therefore, they sat easy and divided the fruits of their dishonest industry, and drank and drove care away. The pilot who brought them into this harbor was Captain L.E., who for this and other services was extremely well paid, according to the journal of their own accounts, which do not run in the ordinary and common way of debtor contra creditor, but much more concise, lumping it to their friends, and so carrying the debt in their heads against the next honest trader they meet. They took at Calabar, Captain Lone and 2 or 3 Bristol ships, the particulars of which would be an unnecessary prolixity, therefore I come now to give an account of the usage they received from the natives of this place. The Calabar negroes did not prove so civil as they expected, for they refused to have any commerce or trade with them when they understood they were pirates. An indication that these poor creatures, in the narrow circumstances they were in, and without the light of the gospel or the advantage of an education, have, notwithstanding, such a moral innate honesty as would upbraid and shame the most knowing Christian. But this did but exasperate these lawless fellows, and so a party of 40 men were detached to force a correspondence or drive the negroes to extremities, and they accordingly landed under the fire of their own cannon. The negroes drew up in a body of 2,000 men, as if they intended to dispute the matter with them, and stayed till the pirates advanced within pistol shot, but finding the loss of 2 or 3 made no impression on the rest, the negroes thought fit to retreat, which they did with some loss. The pirates set fire to the town and then returned to their ships. This terrified the natives and put an entire stop to all the intercourse between them, so that they could get no supplies, which obliged them, as soon as they had finished the cleaning and trimming of their ships, to lose no time, but went for Cape Lopez and watered, and at Annabonno took aboard a stock of fresh provisions, and then sailed for the coast again. This was their last and fatal expedition, which we shall be more particular in, because it cannot be imagined that they could have had assurance to have undertaken it, but upon a presumption that the men of war, whom they knew were upon the coast, were unable to attack them, or else pursuant to the rumor that had indiscretionally obtained at Sierra Leone, were gone thither again. It is impossible at this time to think they could know of the weak and sickly condition they were in, and therefore founded the success of this second attempt upon the coast on the latter presumption, and this seems to be confirmed by their falling in with the coast as low as Cape Lahau, and even that was higher than they designed, in the beginning of January, and took the ship called the King Solomon, with 20 men in their boat, and a trading vessel, both belonging to the company. The pirate ship happened to fall about a league to leeward of the King Solomon, at Cape Apollonia, and the current and wind opposing their working up with the ship, they agreed to send the longboat with sufficient men to take her. The pirates are all volunteers on these occasions, the word being always given, "Who will go?" And presently the staunch and firm men offer themselves, because, by such readiness, they recommend their courage, and have an allowance also of a shift of clothes, from head to foot, out of the prize. They rowed towards the King Solomon with a great deal of alacrity, and being hailed by the commander of her, answered defiance. Captain Trahan, before this, observing a great number of men in the boat, began not to like his visitors, and prepared to receive them, firing a musket as they come under his stern, which they returned with a volley, and made greater speed to get on board. Upon this he applied to his men, and asked them whether they would stand by him to defend the ship, it being a shame they should be taken by half their number without any repulse. But his boatswain, Phillips, took upon him to be the mouth of the people, and put an end to the dispute. He said plainly, he would not, laid down his arms in the king's name, as he was pleased to term it, and called out to the boat for quarters, so that the rest, by his example, were misled to the losing of the ship. When they came on board, they brought her under sail by an expeditious method of cutting the cable, Walden, one of the pirates, telling the master this hope of heaving up the anchor was a needless trouble when they designed to burn the ship. They brought her under Commodore Roberts's stern, and not only rifled her of what sails, cordage, and sea, they wanted for themselves, but wantonly threw the goods of the company overboard, like spendthrifts, that neither expected or designed any account. On the same day also they took the Flushing, a Dutch ship, robbed her of her masts, yards, and stores, and then cut down her foremast. But what sat as heavily as anything with the skipper was, their taking some fine sausages he had on board, of his wife's making, and stringing them in a ludicrous manner round their necks, till they had sufficiently showed their contempt of them, and then threw them into the sea. Others chopped the heads of his fowls off, to be dressed for their supper, and courteously invited the landlord, provided he would find liquor. It was a melancholy request to the man, but it must be complied with, and he was obliged, as they grew drunk, to sit quietly and hear them sing French and Spanish songs out of his Dutch prayer books, with other profaneness, that he, though a Dutchman, stood amazed at. In chasing too near in they alarmed the coast, and expresses were sent to the English and Dutch factories, giving an account of it. They were sensible of this error immediately, and, because they would make the best of a bad market, resolved to keep out of sight of land, and lose the prizes they might expect between that and Whydah, to make the more sure of that port, where commonly is the best booty, all nations trading thither, especially Portuguese, who purchase chiefly with gold, the idol their hearts were bent upon. And notwithstanding this unlikely course, they met and took several ships between Axim and that place, the circumstantial stories of which, and the panic terrors they struck into His Majesty's subjects, being tedious and unnecessary to relate, I shall pass by, and come to their arrival in that road. They came to Whydah with a St. George's ensign, a black silk flag flying at their mizzen peak, and a jack and pendant of the same. The flag had a death's head on it, with an hourglass in one hand and crossbones in the other, a dart by it, and underneath a heart dropping 3 drops of blood. The jack had a man portrayed on it with a flaming sword in his hand, and standing on 2 skulls, subscribed a BH and a MHIE, a Barbadian's and a Martinican's head, as has been before taken notice of. Here they found 11 sail in the road, English, French, and Portuguese. The French were 3 stout ships of 30 guns, and upwards of 100 men each, yet, when Roberts came to fire, they, with the other ships, immediately struck their colours and surrendered to his mercy. One reason, it must be confessed, of his early victory, was, the commanders and a good part of the men being ashore, according to the custom of the place, to receive the cargoes, and return the slaves, they being obliged to watch the seasons for it, which otherwise, in so dangerous a sea as here, would be impracticable. These all, except the Porcupine, ransomed with him for 8 pounds of gold dust, a ship, not without the trouble of some letters passing and repassing from the shore before they could settle it, and, notwithstanding the agreement and payment, they took away one of the French ships, though with a promise to return her if they found she did not sail well, taking with them several of her men for that end. Some of the foreigners, who never had dealing this way before, desired, for satisfaction to their owners, that they might have receipts for their money, which were accordingly given. A copy of one of them I have here subjoined, viz. This is to certify whom it may or doth concern, that we gentlemen of fortune have received 8 pounds of gold dust for the ransom of the Hardy, Captain Ditwit commander, so that we discharge the said ship. Witness our hands, the 13th of January, 1721 to 2, Bat. Roberts. Harry Glasby. Others were given to the Portuguese captains which were in the same form, but being signed by 2 waggish fellows, viz., Sutton and Simpson, they subscribed by the names of Aaron Whifflingpin, Sim. Tugmutton, but there was something so singularly cruel and barbarous done here to the Porcupine, Captain Fletcher, as must not be passed over without special remark. This ship lay in the road, almost slaved, when the pirates came in, and the commander, being on shore settling his accounts, was sent to for the ransom, but he excused it, as having no orders from the owners, though the true reason might be that he thought it dishonorable to treat with robbers, and that the ship, separate from the slaves, towards whom he could mistrust no cruelty, was not worth the sum demanded. Hereupon Roberts sends the boat to transport the negroes, in order to set her on fire, but, being in haste, and finding that unshackling them cost much time and labor, they actually set her on fire, with 80 of those poor wretches on board chained 2 and 2 together, under the miserable choice of perishing by fire or water. Those who jumped overboard from the flames were seized by sharks, a voracious fish, in plenty in this road, and, in their sight, tore limb from limb alive, a cruelty unparalleled, and for which had every individual been hanged, few, I imagine, would think that justice had been rigorous. The pirates, indeed, were obliged to dispatch their business here in haste, because they had intercepted a letter from General Phipps to Mr. Baldwin, the Royal African Company's agents at Wydad, giving an account that Roberts had been seen to windward of Cape 3 Points, that he might the better guard against the damages to the company's ships, if he should arrive at that road before the Swallow, man of war, which he assured him, at the time of that letter, was pursuing them to that place. Roberts called up his company, and desired they would hear Phipps's speech, for so he was pleased to call the letter, and, notwithstanding their vaporing, persuaded them of the necessity of moving, for, says he, such brave fellows cannot be supposed to be frightened at this news, yet that it were better to avoid dry blows, which is the best that can be expected if overtaken. This advice weighed with them, and they got under sail, having stayed only from Thursday to Saturday night, and at sea voted for the island of Annabonno, but the wind hanging out of the way, crossed their purpose, and brought them to Cape Lopez, where I shall leave them for their approaching fate, and relate some further particulars of His Majesty's ship the Swallow, viz., where it was she had spent her time during the mischief that was done, and by what means unable to prevent it, what also was the intelligence she received, and the measures thereon formed, that at last brought 2 such strangers as Mr. Roberts and Captain Ogle to meet in so remote a corner of the world. The Swallow and Weymouth left Sierra Leone, the 28th of May, where, I have already taken notice, Roberts arrived a month after, and doubtless learned the intent of their voyage, and cleaning on the coast, which made him set down with more security to his diversion, and furnish him with such intimations as made his first range down the coast in August following more prosperous, the Swallow and Weymouth being then at the port of Prince's a cleaning. Their stay at Prince's was from the 28th of July to the 20th of September, 1721, where, by a fatality, common to the irregularities of seamen, who cannot in such cases be kept under due restraint, they buried 100 men in 3 weeks' time, and reduced the remainder of the ship's companies into so sickly a state, that it was with difficulty they brought them to sail, and this misfortune was probably the ruin of Roberts, for it prevented the men of war's going back to Sierra Leone as it was intended, there being a necessity of leaving His Majesty's ship Weymouth, in much the worse condition of the two, under the guns of Cape Corso, to impress men, being unable at this time, either to hand the sails or weigh her anchor, and Roberts, being ignorant of the occasion or alteration of the first design, fell into the mouth of danger when he thought himself the farthest from it, for the men of war, not endeavouring to attain further to windward, when they came from Prince's, then to secure Cape Corso road. Under their lee, they luckily hovered in the track he had took. The Swallow and Weymouth fell in with the continent at Cape Apollonia, the 20th of October, and there received the ungrateful news from one Captain Bird, a notice that awakened and put them on their guard, but they were far from expecting any temerity should ever bring him a second time on the coast while they were there. Therefore the Swallow, having seen the Weymouth into Cape Corso road the 10th of November, she plied to windward as far as Barsom, rather as an airing to recover a sickly ship's company and show herself to the trade, which was found everywhere undisturbed, and were, for that reason, returning to her consort, when accidentally meeting a Portuguese ship. She told her that the day before she saw two ships chase into junk an English vessel, which she believed must have fallen into their hands. On this story the Swallow clung her wind and endeavoured to gain that place, but receiving soon after, the 14th of October, a contrary report from Captain Plummer, an intelligent man, in the Jason, of Bristol, who had come further to windward and neither saw or heard anything of this, she turned her head down the second time, anchored at Cape Apollonia the 23rd, at Cape Tas Puntas the 27th, and in Corso Road January the 7th, 1721–2. They learned that their consort, the Weymouth, was, by the assistance of some soldiers from the castle, gone to windward to demand restitution of some goods or men belonging to the African company that were illegally detained by the Dutch at Des Miners, and while they were regretting so long a separation, an express came to General Phipps from Axim, the 9th, and followed by another from Dixcove, an English factory, with information that 3 ships had chased and taken a galley nigh Axim Castle, and a trading boat belonging to the company. No doubt was made concerning what they were, it being taken for granted they were pirates, and supposed to be the same that had the August before infested the coast. The natural result, therefore, from these 2 advices, was to hasten forward, for it was concluded the prizes they had taken had informed them how nigh the Swallow was, and withal how much better in health than she had been for some months past, so that unless they were very mad indeed they would, after being discovered, make the best of their way forward and secure the booty there, without which their time and industry had been entirely lost, most of the gold lying in that corner. The Swallow weighed from Cape Corso, the 10th of January, but was retarded by waiting some hours on the Margaret, a company's ship, at Accra, again on the Portugal, and a whole day at Apong on a person they used to style Miss Betty, a conduct that Mr. Phipps blamed when he heard the pirates were missed at Wydad, although he had given it as his opinion they could not be passed by, and intimated that to stay a few hours would prove no prejudice. This, however, hindered the swallows catching them at Wyddat, for the pirates came into that road with a fresh gale of wind the same day the Swallow was at Apong, and sailed the 13th of January from thence, that she arrived the 17th. She gained notice of them by a French shallop from Grand Papa, the 14th, at night, and from Little Papa next morning by a Dutch ship, so that the man-of-war was on all sides, as she thought, sure of her purchase, particularly when she made the ships, and discovered 3 of them to get under sail immediately at sight of her, making signals to one another as though they designed a defense, but they were found to be 3 French ships, and those at anchor Portuguese and English, all honest traders, who had been ransacked and ransomed. This disappointment chagrined the ship's company, who were very intent upon their market, which was reported to be an arm-chest full of gold, and kept with 3 keys, though in all likelihood, had they met with them in that open road, one or both would have made their escapes, or if they had thought fit to have fought, an emulation in their defense would probably have made it desperate. While they were contemplating on the matter, a letter was received from Mr. Baldwin, governor here for the company, signifying that the pirates were at Jacquin, 7 leagues lower. The Swallow weighed at 2 next morning, the 16th of January, and got to Jacquin by daylight, but to no other end than frightening the crews of 2 Portuguese ships on shore, who took her for the pirate that had struck such terror at Wyddat. She returned therefore that night, and having been strengthened with 30 volunteers, English and French, the discarded crews of the Porcupine and the French ship they had carried from hence, she put to sea again the 19th of January, conjecturing that either Calabar, Princes, the River Gabon, Cape Lopez, or Annabonno, must be touched at for water and refreshment, though they should resolve to leave the coast. As to the former of those places, I have before observed it was hazardous to think of, or rather impracticable. Princes had been a sour grape to them, but, being the first in the way, she came before the harbour the 29th, where, learning no news, without losing time, steered for the River Gabon, and anchored at the mouth of it the 1st of February. This river is navigable by 2 channels, and has an island about 5 leagues up, called Papaguais, or Parrots, where the Dutch cruisers for this coast generally clean, and where sometimes pirates come in to look for prey, or to refit, it being very convenient by reason of a soft mud about it that admits a ship's lying on shore with all her guns and stores in without damage. Hither Captain Ogle sent his boat and a lieutenant, who spoke with a Dutch ship above the island, from whom he had this account, viz., that he had been 4 days from Cape Lopez and had left no ship there. However, they beat up for the Cape, without regard to this story, and on the 5th, at dawning, was surprised with the noise of a gun, which, as the day brightened, they found was from Cape Lopez Bay, where they discovered 3 ships at anchor, the largest with the king's colours and pendant flying, which was soon after concluded to be Mr. Roberts and his consorts, but the Swallow being to windward and unexpectedly deep in the bay, was obliged to steer off for avoiding a sand called the Frenchman's Bank, which the pirates observed for some time, and rashly interpreting it to be fear in her, righted the French Ranger, which was then on the heel, and ordered her to chase out in all haste, bending several of their sails in the pursuit. The man-of-war, finding they had foolishly mistaken her design, humoured the deceit and kept off to sea, as if she had been really afraid, and managed her steerage so, under the direction of Lieutenant Sun, an experienced officer, as to let the Ranger come up with her when they thought they had got so far as not to have their guns heard by her consort at the Cape. The pirates had such an opinion of their own courage that they could never dream anybody would use a stratagem to speak with them, and so was the more easily drawn into the snare. The pirates now drew nigh enough to fire their chase guns. They hoisted the black flag that was worn in Whydah Road, and got their spritsail yard alongships with intent to board, no one having ever asked all this while what country ship they took the chase to be. They would have her to be a Portuguese, sugar being then a commodity wanting among them, and were swearing every minute at the wind or sail to expedite so sweet a chase. But, alas! all turned sour in an instant. It was with the utmost consternation they saw her suddenly bring to and haul up her lower ports, now within pistol shot, and struck their black flag upon it directly. After the first surprise was over they kept firing at a distance, hoisted it again, and vapoured with their cutlasses on the poop, though wisely endeavouring at the same time to get away. Being now at their wits' end, boarding was proposed by the heads of them, and so to make one desperate push, but the motion not being well seconded, and their maintopmast coming down by a shot, after 2 hours firing, it was declined. They grew sick, struck their colours, and called out for quarter, having had 10 men killed outright, and 20 wounded, without the loss or hurt of one of the king's men. She had 32 guns, manned with 16 Frenchmen, 20 Negroes, and 77 English. The colours were thrown overboard that they might not rise in judgment nor be displayed in triumph over them. While the Swallow was sending their boat to fetch the prisoners, a blast and smoke was seen to pour out of the great cabin, and they thought they were blowing up, but upon inquiry afterwards found that half a dozen of the most desperate, when they saw all hopes fled, had drawn themselves round what powder they had left in the steerage and fired a pistol into it, but it was too small a quantity to effect anything more than burning them in a frightful manner. The ship was commanded by one Sciarram, a Welshman, who, though he had lost his leg in the action, would not suffer himself to be dressed or carried off the deck, but, like Widdrington, fought upon his stump. The rest appeared gay and brisk, most of them with white shirts, watches, and a deal of silk vests, but the gold dust belonging to them was most of it left in the little Ranger in the bay, this company's proper ship, with the Royal Fortune. I cannot but take notice of 2 among the crowd of those disfigured from the blast of powder just before mentioned, viz., William Main and Roger Ball. An officer of the ship seeing a silver caul hang at the waist of the former, said to him, "I presume you are boatswain of this ship." "Then you presume wrong," answered he, "for I am boatswain of the Royal Fortune, Captain Roberts, commander." "Then, Mr. Boatswain, you will be hanged, I believe," replies the officer. "That is as your honour pleases," answered he again, and was for turning away, but the officer desired to know of him how the powder which had made them in that condition came to take fire. By G, says he, they are all mad and bewitched, for I have lost a good hat by it, the hat and he being both blown out of the cabin gallery into the sea. But what signifies a hat, friend, says the officer. Not much, answered he, the men being busy in stripping him of his shoes and stockings. The officer then inquired of him whether Roberts's company were as likely fellows as these. There are 120 of them, answered he, as clever fellows as ever trod shoe leather. Would I were with them. No doubt of it, says the officer. By G, it is naked truth, answered he, looking down and seeing himself by this time quite stripped. The officer then approached Roger Ball, who was seated in a private corner, with a look as sullen as winter, and asked him, how he came blown up in that frightful manner. Why, says he, John Morris fired a pistol into the powder, and if he had not done it I would, bearing his pain without the least complaint. The officer gave him to understand he was surgeon, and if he desired it, he would dress him, but he swore it should not be done, and that if anything was applied to him he would tear it off. Nevertheless the surgeon had good nature enough to dress him, though with much trouble. At night he was in a kind of delirium, and raved on the bravery of Roberts, saying he should shortly be released, as soon as they should meet him, which procured him a lashing down upon the forecastle, which he resisting with all his force, caused him to be used with the more violence, so that he was tied down with so much severity that, his flesh being sore and tender with the blowing up, he died next day of a mortification. They secured the prisoners with pinions and shackles, but the ship was so much disabled in the engagement that they had once thoughts to set her on fire, but this would have given them the trouble of taking the pirates' wounded men on board themselves, and that they were certain the Royal Fortune would wait for their consort's return. They lay by her 2 days, repairing her rigging and other damages, and sent her into Prince's with the Frenchmen and 4 of their own hands. On the 9th, in the evening, the Swallow gained the Cape again, and saw the Royal Fortune standing into the bay with the Neptune, Captain Hill, of London, a good presage of the next day's success, for they did not doubt but the temptation of liquor and plunder they might find in this their new prize would make the pirates very confused, and so it happened. On the 10th, in the morning, the man-of-war bore away to round the Cape. Roberts's crew, discerning their masts over the land, went down into the cabin to acquaint him of it, he being then at breakfast with his new guest, Captain Hill, on a savoury dish of solomongundi, and some of his own beer. He took no notice of it, and his men almost as little, some saying she was a Portuguese ship, others a French slave ship, but the major part swore it was the French Ranger returning, and were merrily debating for some time on the manner of reception, whether they should salute or not, but as the Swallow approached nigher things appeared plainer, and though they were stigmatized with the name of cowards who showed any apprehension of danger, yet some of them, now undeceived, declared it to Roberts, especially one Armstrong, who had deserted from that ship and knew her well. Those Roberts swore at as cowards, who meant to dishearten the men, asking them if it were so, whether they were afraid to fight, or no, and hardly restrained from blows. What his own apprehensions were till she hauled up her ports and hoisted their proper colours is uncertain, but then being perfectly convinced, he slipped his cable, got under sail, and ordered his men to arms without any show of timidity, dropping a first-rate oath, that it was a bite, but at the same time resolved, like a gallant rogue, to get clear or die. There was one Armstrong, as I just mentioned, a deserter from the Swallow, whom they inquired of concerning the trim and sailing of that ship. He told them she sailed best upon a wind, and therefore, if they designed to leave her, they should go before it. The danger was imminent, and time very short to consult of means to extricate himself. His resolution in this strait was as follows: to pass close to the Swallow, with all their sails and receive her broadside, before they returned a shot, if disabled by this, or that they could not depend on sailing, then to run on shore at the point, which is steep to, and every one to shift for himself among the negroes, or failing in these, to board, and blow up together, for he saw that the greatest part of his men were drunk, passively courageous, unfit for service. Roberts himself made a gallant figure at the time of the engagement, being dressed in a rich crimson damask waistcoat and breeches, a red feather in his hat, a gold chain round his neck, with a diamond cross hanging to it, a sword in his hand, and 2 pair of pistols hanging at the end of a silk sling, flung over his shoulders, according to the fashion of the pirates, and is said to have given his orders with boldness and spirit, coming, according to what he had purposed, close to the man of war, received her fire, and then hoisted his black flag, and returned it, shooting away from her with all the sail he could pack, and had he took Armstrong's advice, to have gone before the wind, he had probably escaped, but keeping his tacks down, either by the wind's shifting, or ill steerage, or both, he was taken aback with his sails, and the Swallow came a second time very nigh to him. He had now perhaps finished the fight very desperately, if Death, who took a swift passage in a grape shot, had not interposed, and struck him directly on the throat. He settled himself on the tackles of a gun, which one Stevenson, from the helm, observing, ran to his assistance, and not perceiving him wounded, swore at him and bid him stand up and fight like a man. But when he found his mistake, and that his captain was certainly dead, he gushed into tears and wished the next shot might be his lot. They presently threw him overboard, with his arms and ornaments on, according to the repeated requests he made in his lifetime. Roberts was a tall black man, near 40 years of age, born at Neweba, nigh Haverfordwest, in Pembrokeshire, of good natural parts and personal bravery, though he applied them to such wicked purposes as to make them of no commendation, frequently drinking d.n to him who ever lived to wear a halter. He was forced himself at first among this company out of the Prince, Captain Plum, at Anamab, about 3 years before, where he served as second mate, and shed, as he used to tell the fresh men, as many crocodile tears then as they did now, but time and good company had wore it off. He could not plead want of employment, nor incapacity of getting his bread in an honest way, to favor so vile a change, nor was he so much a coward as to pretend it, but frankly owned it was to get rid of the disagreeable superiority of some masters he was acquainted with, and the love of novelty and change maritime peregrinations had accustomed him to. In an honest service, says he, there is thin commons, low wages, and hard labor; in this, plenty and satiety, pleasure and ease, liberty and power. And who would not balance creditor on this side when all the hazard that is run for it, at worst, is only a forelook or two at choking? No, a merry life and a short one shall be my motto. Thus he preached himself into an approbation of what he at first abhorred, and being daily regaled with music, drinking, and the gaiety and diversions of his companions, these depraved propensities were quickly edged and strengthened, to the extinguishing of fear and conscience. Yet among all the vile and ignominious acts he had perpetrated, he is said to have had an aversion towards forcing men into that service, and had procured some their discharge, notwithstanding so many had made force their plea. When Roberts was gone, as though he had been the life and soul of the gang, their spirits sunk, many deserted their quarters, and all stupidly neglected any means for defense or escape, and their mainmast soon after being shot by the board, they had no way left but to surrender and call for quarter. The Swallow kept aloof, while her boat passed and repassed for the prisoners, because they understood they were under an oath to blow up, and some of the desperadoes showed a willingness that way, matches being lighted, and scuffles happening between those who would and those who opposed it. But I cannot easily account for this humor, which can be termed no more than a false courage, since any of them had power to destroy his own life, either by pistol or drowning, without involving others in the same fate who are in no temper of mind for it. And at best, it had been only dying for fear of death. She had 40 guns, and 157 men, 45 whereof were Negroes. 3 only were killed in the action, without any loss to the Swallow. There was found upwards of £2,000 in gold dust in her. The flag could not be got easily from under the fallen mast, and was therefore recovered by the Swallow. It had the figure of a skeleton in it, and a man portrayed with a flaming sword in his hand, intimating a defiance of death itself. The Swallow returned back into Cape Lopez Bay, and found the little Ranger, whom the pirates had deserted in haste, for the better defense of the ship. She had been plundered, according to what I could learn, of £2,000 in gold dust, the shares of those pirates who belonged to her, and Captain Hill, in the Neptune, not unjustly suspected, for he would not wait the man-of-war's returning into the bay again, but sailed away immediately, making no scruple afterwards to own the seizure of other goods out of her, and surrendered, as a confirmation of all, 50 ounces at Barbados, for which, see the article at the end of this book, all persons who after the 29th of September, 1690 and c. To sum up the whole, if it be considered, first, that the sickly state of the men of war when they sailed from princes was the misfortune that hindered their being as far as Sierra Leone, and consequently out of the track the pirates then took, that those pirates, directly contrary to their design, in the second expedition, should get above Cape Corso, and that Niaxim a chase should offer that inevitably must discover them and be soon communicated to the men of war, that the satiating their evil and malicious tempers at Wada in burning the Porcupine and running off with the French ship had strengthened the Swallow with 30 men, that the Swallow should miss them in that road, where probably she had not, or at least so effectually, obtained her end, that they should be so far infatuated at Cape Lopez as to divide their strength which, when collected, might have been so formidable, and lastly, that the conquest should be without bloodshed. I say, considering all these circumstances, it shows that the hand of Providence was concerned in their destruction. As to their behavior after they were taken, it was found that they had great inclinations to rebel if they could have laid hold of any opportunity, for they were very uneasy under restraint, having been lately all commanders themselves, nor could they brook their diet or quarters without cursing and swearing and upbraiding each other with the folly that had brought them to it. So that, to secure themselves against any mad, desperate undertaking of theirs, the Swallow strongly barricaded the gun-room, and made another prison before it, an officer with pistols and cutlasses doing duty night and day, and the prisoners within manacled and shackled. They would yet in these circumstances be impudently merry, saying, when they viewed their nakedness, that they had not left them a halfpenny, to give old Karen, to ferry them over Styx, and at their thin commons they would observe that they fell away so fast that they should not have weight left to hang them. Sutton used to be very profane, he happening to be in the same irons with another prisoner who was more serious than ordinary and read and prayed often, as became his condition. This man Sutton used to swear at and ask him, what he proposed by so much noise and devotion. Heaven, says the other, I hope. Heaven, you fool, says Sutton, did you ever hear of any pirates going thither? Give me H.L.L., it's a merrier place, I'll give Roberts a salute of 13 guns at entrance. And when he found such ludicrous expressions had no effect on him, he made a formal complaint, and requested that the officer would either remove this man or take his prayer book away, as a common disturber. A combination and conspiracy was formed betwixt Moody, Ashplant, Magnus, Mayor, and others, to rise and kill the officers and run away with the ship. This they had carried on by means of a mulatto boy, who was allowed to attend them, and proved very trusty in his messages between the principals. But the evening of that night they were to have made the struggle. 2 of the prisoners that sat next Ashplant heard the boy whisper them upon the project, and naming to him the hour they should be ready, presently gave notice of it to the captain, which put the ship in an alarm for a little time, and on examination several of them had made shift to break off or lose their shackles, no doubt for such purpose, but it tended only to procure to themselves worse usage and confinement. In the same passage to Cape Corso, the prize, Royal Fortune, was in the same danger. She was left at the island of St. Thomas's in the possession of an officer and a few men to take in some fresh provisions, which were scarce at Cape Corso, with orders to follow the ship. There were only some of the pirates' negroes, 3 or 4 wounded prisoners, and Scudamore, their surgeon, from whom they seemed to be under no apprehension, especially from the last, who might have hoped for favor on account of his employ, and had stood so much indebted for his liberty, eating and drinking constantly with the officers. Yet this fellow, regardless of the favor, and lost to all sense of reformation, endeavored to bring over the Negroes to his design of murdering the people and running away with the ship. He easily prevailed with the Negroes to come into the design, but when he came to communicate it to his fellow prisoners, and would have drawn them into the same measures, by telling them he understood navigation, that the Negroes were stout fellows, and by a smattering he had in the Angolan language he had found willing to undertake such an enterprise, and that it was better venturing to do this, run down the coast and raise a new company, than to proceed to Cape Corso and be hanged like dogs and sun-dried. One of them, abhorring the cruelty, or fearing the success, discovered it to the officer, who made him immediately a prisoner and brought the ship safe. When they came to be lodged in Cape Corso Castle, their hopes of this kind all cut off, and that they were assured they must there soon receive a final sentence, the note was changed among most of them, and from vain insolent jesting they became serious and devout, begging for good books, and joining in public prayers, and singing of psalms, twice at least every day. As to their trials, if we should give them at length it may appear tedious to the reader, for which reason I have, for the avoiding tautology and repetition, put as many of them together as were tried for the same fact, reserving the circumstances which are most material, with observations on the dying behavior of such of them as came to my knowledge. And first, it may be observed from the list that a great part of these pirate ships' crews were men entered on the coast of Africa not many months before they were taken, from whence, it may be concluded, that the pretended constraint of Roberts on them was very often a complotment between parties equally willing. And this Roberts several times openly declared, particularly to the Onslow's people, whom he called aft, and asked of them who was willing to go, for he would force nobody. As was deposed of some of his best hands, after acquittal, nor is it reasonable to think he should reject Irish volunteers, only from a pique against Kennedy, and force others, that might hazard, and, in time destroy, his government. But their behavior soon put him out of this fear and convinced him that the plea of force was only the best artifice they had to shelter themselves under in case they should be taken, and that they were less rogues than others only in point of time. It may likewise be taken notice of that the country wherein they happened to be tried is, among other happinesses, exempted from lawyers and law books, so that the office of registrar of necessity fell on one not versed in those affairs, which might justify the court in want of form, more essentially supplied with integrity and impartiality. But perhaps if there was less law there might be more justice than in some other courts. For if the civil law be a law of universal reason, judging of the rectitude, or obliquity of men's actions, every man of common sense is endued with a portion of it, at least sufficient to make him distinguish right from wrong, or what the civilians call malum in esse. Therefore, here, if two persons were equally guilty of the same fact, there was no convicting one and bringing the other off by any quirk or turn of law, for they formed their judgments upon the constraint, or willingness, the aim and intention of the parties, and all other circumstances, which make a material difference. Besides, in crimes of this nature men bred up to the sea must be more knowing and much abler than others more learned in the law, for before a man can have a right idea of a thing he must know the terms standing for that thing. The sea terms being a language by itself, which no lawyer can be supposed to understand, he must of consequence want that discriminating faculty which should direct him to judge right of the facts meant by those terms. The court well knew it was not possible to get the evidence of every sufferer by this crew, and therefore first of all considered how that deficiency should be supplied, whether or no they could pardon one Joe Dennis, who had early offered himself as king's evidence, and was the best read in their lives and conversations. Here indeed they were at a loss for law, and concluded in the negative because it looked like compounding with a man to swear falsely, losing by it those great helps he could have afforded. Another great difficulty in their proceedings was how to understand those words in the Act of Parliament of particularly specifying in the charge the circumstances of time, place and sea, i.e., so to understand them as to be able to hold a court, for if they had been indicted on particular robberies the evidence had happened mostly from the Royal African Company's ships, on which these gentlemen of Cape Corso Castle were not qualified to sit, their oath running that they have no interest, directly or indirectly, in the ship or goods, for the robbery of which the party stands accused. And this they thought they had, commissions being paid them on such goods, and on the other side, if they were incapacitated, no court could be formed. The commission absolutely required 3 of them by name. To reconcile all things, therefore, the court resolved to bottom the whole of their proceedings on the Swallow's depositions, which were clear and plain and had the circumstances of time when, place where, manner how, and the like, particularly specified according to the statute in that case made and provided. But this admitted only a general intimation of robbery in the indictment, therefore, to approve their clemency it looking arbitrary on the lives of men to lump them to the gallows in such a summary way as must have been done had they solely adhered to the Swallow's charge, they resolved to come to particular trials. Secondly, that the prisoners might not be ignorant whereon to answer and so have all fair advantages to excuse and defend themselves, the court farther agreed with justice and equanimity to hear any evidence that could be brought to weaken or corroborate the 3 circumstances that complete a pirate, first, being a volunteer amongst them at the beginning, secondly, being a volunteer at the taking or robbing of any ship, or, lastly, voluntarily accepting a share in the booty of those that did, for by a parity of reason where these actions were of their own disposing, and yet committed by them, it must be believed their hearts and hands joined together in what they acted against His Majesty's ship the Swallow. The trials of the pirates taken by His Majesty's ship the Swallow, begun at Cape Corso Castle, on the coast of Africa, the 28th of March, 1722. The Commission empowered any 3 named therein to call to their assistance such a number of qualified persons as might make the court always consist of 7, and accordingly summonses were signed to Leut. Joe Barnsley, Laut. Chapter Fanshawe, Captain Samuel Hart Cease, and Captain William Menzies Exquemelin, by virtue of a power and authority, to us given, by a commission from the King under the seal of Admiralty, you are hereby required to attend and make one of the court for the trying and adjudging of the pirates lately taken on this coast by His Majesty's ship the Swallow, given under our hands this the 28th of March, 1722, at Cape Corso Castle. Mungo Herdman, James Phipps, Henry Dodson, Francis Boy, Edward Hyde. The commissioners being met in the hall of the castle, the commission was first read, after which the President, and then the other members, took the oath prescribed in the Act of Parliament, and having directed the form of that for witnesses, as follows, the court was opened. I, A.B., solemnly promise and swear on the holy evangelists to bear true and faithful witness between the king and prisoner, or prisoners, in relation to the fact or facts of piracy and robbery, he or they do now stand accused of. So help me God. The court consisted of Captain Mungo Herdman, President, James Phipps, Esquire, General of the Coast, Mr. H. Dodson, Mr. F. Boy, Merchants, Mr. Edward Hyde, Secretary to the Company, Laut. John Barnsley, Laut. Chapter Fanshawe. The following prisoners, out of the pirate ship Ranger, having been commanded before them, the charge, or indictment, was exhibited, prisoners taken in the Ranger. Men's names. Ships from. Time when. James Skyrm Greyhound sloop October, 1720 Rich. Hardy pirate with Davis 1718 WM Main Brigantine, Captain Pete June, 1720 Henry Dennis Pirates with Captain Davis 1718 Val. Ash Plant 1719 Rob. Birdson 1719 Rich. Harris Phoenix of Bristol, Captain Richards June, 1720 D Little Joan Thomas Howe at Newfoundland plus Ho. Hunkins Success Sloop Hugh Harris Willing Mind July, 1720 W Mackintosh Thomas Willis Richard of Bedford plus John Wilden Mary and Martha J. Greenham Little York, Phillips, Mr. John Jameson Love of Lancaster plus Cry. Lang Thomas Brigantine September, 1720 John Mitchell Norman Galley October, 1720 T Withstander Not Peter La Fever Jeremiah and Anap, 1720 WM Shurin WM Watts Cerealian of Mr. Glynn of Sague. Joffy July, 1721 WM Davis plus James Barrow Martha Snow, Captain Lady Joshua Lee Robb. Hartley, 1, Robinson of Liverpool, Captain Carning August, 1721 plus James Crane George Smith son Stanwich Galley, Captain Tarleton August, 1721 Roger Pye plus Rob. Fletcher *Roe. Hartley, 2. Plus Andrew Rance a Dutch ship Cuthbert Goss Mercy Galley of Bristol, at Calabar October, 1721 though. Giles Israel Hiddy William Church Gertruicht of Holland January, 1721 to 2 Philip Hake Flushingham of Ditto William Smith Elizabeth, Captain Sharp Adam Comrie William Graves King Solomon, Captain Treherne, off Cape Apollonia Peter Devine John Johnson John Stodgill Henry Dawson Widas Sloop, at Jackwicks William Glass Josiah Robinson Tartan, Captain though. Tarleton John Arnott John Davis plus Henry Graves though. Howard plus John Rymer Thomas Clephen W. M. Guinness Porcupine, Captain Fletcher plus James Cozens though. Stretton Onslow, Captain G., at Sisters January, 1721 to 2 William Petty McLemmon W. M. Wood E. D. Watts John Horn Pierre von Peter Grossi from the French ship in Wida Road February, 1721 to 2. John Duggan Rents Frogier James Ardian Lewis Arnaud Zitrian Gilio Rents Thoby Wren Maroud Methrulac John Gittin John Gumarjo Ruchadio John Parquet John Lavog Alan Pigan John Duplessis Pierce Shilletew, James Skyrm, Michael Lemon, Robert Hartley, and see ye, and every one of you, are, in the name and by the authority of our dread Sovereign Lord, George, King of Great Britain, indicted as follows, forasmuch as, in an open contempt of the laws of your country, ye have all of you been wickedly united and articled together for the annoyance and disturbance of His Majesty's trading subjects at sea, and have, in conformity to the most evil and mischievous intentions, been twice down the coast of Africa with 2 ships, once in the beginning of August, and a second time in January last, sinking, burning, or robbing such ship vessels as then happened